And I'm going to share my screen. Okay, I'm sharing the screen and this recording. Thank you, Chris. I left the presentation because if I try to um, put the full screen um, of the slides, and if I don't select previously this screen, uh, I reload the Google Meet session and I abandon the session. Okay. Thank you for the advice that I am mute. Okay. Now, yes, we're going to continue with user management and ECL system. Um, we talk about a little bit about the ACL system in Pandora. We said that the system of ACL works with profiles that indicates what an user can do, and the groups that indicates to which elements the users can interact. And we have to set a profile linked to a group. Okay. In this case, we can see an example. This user Martin have this profile operator red to this group Grastonge. Okay, but we can set more profiles to different groups, or yeah, to the same user. So we can set to the Martin operator red to the group Grastonge, and um, administrator or operator right to Carol group at the same user. Okay. We're going to read the slides. Users are used to connect to the Pandora FMS console. We can define different permission as access for each user. Pandora FMS has its own user management system, but we can configure other systems such as LDAP or Active Directory. There is no limitation on the number of users. It can be in Pandora FMS. To the own management system that we have in Pandora, we call that login system local users, and with other user system as Active Directory or LDAP, we can create locally a new user using those system, or just create a temporal user with the privilege that we set in to the other system. We will see with samples. This is the tokens that we can set when we are configuring a user. the user ID is the identifier in which the user will log in. It is the um, name that or the ID that we can set to that user, and it is the name that we will use in the login screen to log in with this user. We have this token to create a user as an administrator user or super admin that will not be governed by the internal ACL system. Will have access to all menus and groups. Okay, when we create an administrator user, the profile that we configure to that user does not matter because an administrator user always will have their privileges to access to the menu that to all the menus in Pandora. This login error token if checked, the logic will only be able to make API queries, not logins. It is for when we use the internal API of Pandora FMS, we need to use a user to log into that API or to generate a token for that API with the privilege of an user. So if we want to launch an API call to create a new agent and the user that uses this API doesn't have enough privilege to create new agent, that API call won't work. So we have to log in when using the API with an user and to use the privileges to that API calls to that user. Okay, we can use any user to log in with the API, but we can also create a user that only can access to or only can log into the API, not to the console. Okay, to do that, we have to check this token of login error. Local user when enable, the user will always authenticate against Pandora against local authentication. Okay, that means that if the user have this token enabled, never will log in user external external system of authentication like Active Directory or LDAP. It always be local. Okay. Session time the user can be connected without activity. If we leave the session or the console without using, the session time indicates the minutes that the user can't leave the console without using before it makes an automatic logout. Okay. For permanent session, we can introduce -1 in this field. Okay. We're going to create a user. Don't worry, we are going to see this all these options creating a new user. But we're going to read the slides first. We can see also the language, the default console language for the user. We have for language a token in a general setup. So then, if we configure general setup there, all the users must take or is going to take that language, but we can configure different language for each user in Pandora, the different languages that we have in the console. We can change the home screen. We already seen that this morning when I changed the home screen for default to the dashboard that we created. The profiles and group assigned to this user. This is where the permission for these users are defined. We're going to create an example user to see all of these configuration. To create new users, we have to go to management, profiles, manage users, and here we can see only the admin because in this server I didn't create more users. To create a new user, we need to press here to create a user. And here we can see all the fields that the slides talk about. Okay. The user ID, we can call the user as we want. For example, user red. The full name is the name of the user that will appear to that user, but it is optional. We can set or not. The email, we can configure notification for the user, our Pandora, and if we set the email here, the internal notification that Pandora generates will be sent to this email of the user. We can set or not. It's optional. The phone number is always optional. This is just informative. Pandora never used this phone number for anything. This is the token that we talk about. So make this user super admin. Okay, for a normal user or for a normal environment, maybe with the admin user being super admin as the only user has been super admin in our system is enough, but that depends on the environment. The password for this user, and we have to repeat to be sure that we type well. This is the token of login error that so create the user can that only accessible by the API. Okay, the local user to be used always in local authentication. This token only makes sense if we configure another authentication that is not local. The authentication local is the only authentication created as default in a fresh installation of Pandora FMS. With this token, it's to show the usage tips at the startup of the user. We can disable here the startup. Okay, the session time we talked about before. This is the list of the pages where we can configure the auto refresh to be auto refreshing automatically when we leave the console open without touching the screen. For example, this agent detail if we go to the view agent detail, this is the auto refresh. Okay, if we see now the auto refresh is disabled. If it will be enabled, we will see the time of auto refresh here, and when the time is complete, this screen will be auto refreshing. Okay. By default, all auto refresh is disabled, but if we want to enable that auto refresh in some views, we can configure here. I'm going to configure the agent detail to see the auto refresh to when I log into this with this user. And here is the time for auto refresh that we want to configure. For example, 10 seconds. The language, okay. The language, if we set the language as default, it will take the language configure in the general settings, here system settings, general setup, language code, okay. So if we want to create a user with another language, we can set the language here. Or if we want to set the same languages for all our users because it is a common language, we can change here the language code in the general settings and create all or almost all the users with the language as default to avoid changing for each user when we are creating the user. The color scheme can be black or default theme. None is default theme. Is with the background in white. The black is, I think, is. I have it. I don't know if it's here. Yes, this is the black theme for all the skins in Pandora. Okay, if you prefer that background. Okay, you can configure here using the color scheme black theme. Block size for pagination. This is the maximum number of elements that we can see in its screen that requires pagination. For example, if we try to look for an agent, and here it returns in not values more than 20, because we set the block size pagination as 20, it will paginate this screen. So we can see the first page, second, and so on. We can see pagination, I think in events maybe, here. 20 items per page, but I only have 15. So all. Okay, the pagination is this. Okay, if to configure the block size for pagination for all the views as default in Never Skills in Pandora, we can change through here. This is an event filter that we must create previously in this event view. Okay, if we want to load a filter as default every time that we access here to view the events, instead of the filter as default that shows only event not validated of the last 8 hours. Okay, if we want to load another event filter. As default, we have to create previously a new event filter here in configuration event filter. We have to create a new one, and then we can set that event filter here to an user. So when that user access to this view event list, that filter will be loaded as default instead of being instead of have to be loaded each time that we access to this view. Home screen we change before to the dashboard. Okay, the time zone if we don't set anything here, it will set the time zone same as the language that it is configured here in the general setup. Okay, this time zone that you can change here, but we can change the time zone for each user. And we can set comments as a description to this user. And here, this is the most important configuration for this user, that it is where we can configure the privilege that this user will have. As we talked several times, the privilege to the ACL for users in Pandora is to link a profile with a group. Okay, so the profiles that we have created as default in each installation of Pandora are those ones: operator red, right, Pandora administration, chief operator, and group coordinator. We can create more profiles, custom. We're going to do that as the next step. Okay, but we are using this profile as a sample of operator red, and we have to link this profile that says what this user can do to a group. We can configure to all the groups that we have created in Pandora. Okay. But if we only we want that this user only can read the agents to the groups, for example, servers, we can configure this profile with this group. This configuration of tags, it is to filter even more the modules that this user can see, because if we go to any model, for example, this one, we can configure tags to this module. Okay, the tags that we want. And if we configure the task for a profile to an user, this user, imagine that this agent belongs to group servers, that it is the same group that I configure for this user, and I configure this tag. I am going to configure with tag any, so avoid the filter by tag, but I can configure with a tag. Imagine that I set to the this profile to this group with the tag CPU usage. Okay. With that configuration, this user can only see the agents that belong to the group server. Okay. and with the modules in which we configure this tag. Okay. For example, host alive here in categorization, module tags, TPU usage. And we're going to change to the group servers to the sample. Okay. If I set this configuration operator red to group servers and with tags CPU usage, this user that I am going to create, user red, will see this agent one, because it belongs to group server, but inside this agent, he only will be able to see the modules with the tags that I set. In this case, CPU usage. In this case, here that user will be able to see this agent, but inside this agent, he only can see this module because it has the tag that the user has the privilege. Okay, it's one more filter. One more filter for this user. And this no hierarchy token, the use is because we can set groups as children of another groups, okay? And imagine that we have another group, server children, that it is under the group server, okay? And we have servers and server children that depends on the group servers. If we set this group server, we only the group server and this group have another groups below. This user can see the agent for the servers and the groups under servers, but with this token enabled, he only can see the agents in that group servers. Okay. When I finish configuring these profile and groups as into the user, don't forget to press here to add this to the server, because it's an error very common to set here and press on create and creating the user without privilege configure. Okay, when we finish making this configuration, always press this button because it's easily forgettable. And as you can see, I can set another privileges of write permission to another group if I want. Okay, to the same user. We create that user, profile added successfully. We can delete the profiles that we added once created. And I am going to log in with that user and that's going to see what we can do. I am going to open in another tab because of I don't want to be log out and log in again in the same browser. Push red. Okay, I just logging with the user just created, and here in the views, the three view, I can see only the agents in the network and server and servers group. Okay, I configure a read privilege to group server and write privilege to group network. We are going to see the differences. In fact, I cannot access to the agent view, to the agent management here. This button is disabled. Okay. And to see the agents, I have to go to agent detail. And for group servers, if you see, I don't have the manage view, the manage tabs to configure things in this agent. It is only view privileges. I cannot change anything in this agent. And if I go to other agent in group network, I can't see that either. Operator grade to group network, and what can do operator grade? Operator grade can view and edit agents, but cannot edit agents. Now, we can edit the agents that belongs to group network, and we can manage also the agents that belong to group servers. Operator red. This is because I could not. I will check it is a bug of the version or something, because I shouldn't be able. Oh, I'm viewing with the user that is not. I mean, with the admin, sorry. This is the correct user and the group network. I can manage this agent for the group server. It is this option enable manage agents that previously didn't exist. And here I can see only the agents that belong to group servers. Agent detail, agent one, and manage agents. The group network. Okay, I can manage the agents that belongs to group network, but I cannot manage the agents that belong to group servers, as we can configure in the configuration of the user. Okay, if I just delete this and I set operator red to group servers, but with this tag, okay, look that the agent detail, it is not the user again. The agent detail, this agent belong to the group servers, but I don't see any model of this agent because I don't have any model with that tag in that agent. Um, I only can see this. This is a group network. One. I don't remember in which module I configure the tag. I'm going to configure the tag in another one. For this agent, I'm going to configure the model CPU load, the tag CPU usage. Okay, we are going with this user again. And if we see, I don't see any module, but if I set the tag CPU usage to a module, if I reload the page, I can see only the modules with this tag. Okay, this is that's the use of the tags with the users in Pandora. Okay, let's see the profiles. Okay, this is the profiles that we have created as default in our Pandora system. Okay, operator read, write, chief operator, group coordinator, and Pandora administrator. But we can create new profiles, and to create or editing a system profile. Okay, we have all of these privileges: view agents, disable agents, edit agents, edit and manage alerts, view events and manage events, view reports, edit report and manage reports. Same for the network maps, same for the visual console, view, operate and manage NCM data. Okay, NCM, I remind that it is for save and load configuration files of network devices to manage users to be able to create another users, to manage databases to access to this view, admin tools, DB interface, because this view allow us um, to launch SQL queries in Pandora database. Okay, that privilege allow us to do that. Manage groups, and it is the management of the entire platform. It is kind of making kind of a super user admin. It's not the same because super user admins have more privileges than user with this token enabled. Okay, in the manual, in the Pandora FMS manual, you can find information on anything that enables each token. For example, to view agents, you will see view different agents, view different views. But to view reports, maybe it's not only a link to create new reports here. Maybe it is linked also to create new graphs or to create new I invented services. Okay, but the graphs and the reports could be linked to view reports, not only the reports. And what enables each token, you can find in Pandora FN's manual. Okay, there is a table and you can see in that table what each token does. With this token of Pandora FMS management, for example, it doesn't allow us to manage Disco packages because with Disco packages, we can load that packages Disco that inside have plugins. Okay, and what does this plugin? It could be any command in our environment. So if we change the main plugin existing of a Disco package, allows the user to launch the command that we want in our Pandora system. So by security, we have restrained this manage Disco package only to super admin users. So if I create a user with this token enabled, I won't be able, for example, to manage Disco packages. Okay, there's more things that it is restricted, but this is one of the things that I remember right now. Okay. Groups in Pandora FMS. We don't know what groups are, but we didn't create any groups in Pandora yet. So to create a new group, we have to go to resources, manage agent groups. In previous version, it was in profiles. And here we can see all the groups that we have created in our environment, in our system. Look or note that it is not the same groups that we can see here in 3 view, because in this view, we only see the groups with any agent inside, okay? But if we want to see the 3 of these groups, we can see here in 3 group view, and we see all the groups created in our node, in our system, okay? We can create a new group pressing here. We can set the name for the group. I'm going to name server children. The icon that the group will have. Okay, this is the icon that appear here, for example, in this kind of views. Okay. Here we can set the parent. I am going to set this new group as children of servers. It is the group password. If you remember, when we install an endpoint in Windows, there was a step in which the wizard asked for a group to add this agent to a specific group, and it asked for the password, the group password. I didn't set any because none of my group have any password. But if I create a group with password, when I install an endpoint, I have to set in the installation this group password in order to be able to join this agent to a group. If I don't set the password or the password is incorrect, it's not that the agent won't be created, but it will be created in the group unknown. Okay. We can disable the alerts to the all the agents that belongs to this group with this token. In the case that we need to disable for a maintenance, for example, or something like that, like we can disable the alerts. Disable this token, okay. And here we have the maximum agents allowed to this group. The default value is 0, so it's not the maximum number of agents in that we can that can be joined to a group as default. But if we set to 10, for example, we can join more than 10 agents to this group. Okay, some clients ask for it for any reason, but I never use this feature. This step configuration is new, and if I'm honest, I don't know what is this, so I will look for it. With that, I can create my new group. Okay, and if I see the 3 group here, I can expand server to see that I have another group that it is the child of servers that is using the server as parent. If I set in an agent the group as that new one, server children, look that in almost all the views, this new group will appear under servers with a tab to be sure that this group can it's the child of another one. If I see the 3 view, I don't see the new group, but if I expand server, it is here. Okay, that new group. Remember that an agent has to belong to at least one group, but we can configure as many secondary groups as we want. Okay, so if we set secondary groups, this agent can be accessible for a user with have privileges to this group and also to this group. Okay. Profile, secondary groups, tags, all of that I've just explained. Okay, the ACL enterprise system allow us to define more precisely user permission because we can configure exactly the sections that will be accessible for each profile. To enable this system or to enable working with this system, we have to go to the settings, system settings. I have to remember where is it because it is very strange that environment enabled. Where is it? Security. Before it was in enterprise, but it disappeared. Enterprise. Here, use advanced ACL system. I have to be careful when I enable this ACL system because from this time, all the users in Pandora, except super admins, will use this enterprise ACL system. Okay, what's enabled here, or it has to be here or in profiles here. It will appear this option, advanced ACL setup. And to profile name Pandora administration, we have no restrict about section, but for example, operator red, we have here all the sections in Pandora. For example, monitoring, views, preview, monitoring views, preview, to operator red. Okay, so in this case, an user with this profile can only access to this view. Okay, let's gonna check that. With the user that we previously created. Okay. Okay, look, this user that only has operator red to the group servers. Okay, and um, we only can access to the view that I set for that profile in my ACL system. Okay, I cannot go to the agent view or another view that is not that. You don't have access to this page. Okay, I only can access and go to the free view. Okay, because I set that in ACL profile. I can, of course, add more than one setting for the same user. For example, section monitoring views, tactical view. Monitoring view, free view, and tactical view. Okay. It's strange to restrict with the ACL enterprise system, but just for you to know that it can be done, and it is the most custom configuration that we have for the restriction of the user in the console of Pandora. Remember that once enabled, it will apply to all the users in Pandora. So we have to be careful with this option. Okay, if we disable, we can access again to the main views as before. Take this message that is say, if you activate that feature, you may lose access to the console. To recover it, run. This is a CLI call to disable that token. Okay, because if you enable the option with a super admin user, you will never lose the access to the console. But if you have a Pandora administration user that can enable that option, not super user, and in the ECL, you delayed the entry for Pandora administration user to access to all views, you can lose the access to the console. So in that case, or you contact with a super admin user, or you can launch inside the by command lines inside the server where your Pandora 7 is installed, you can launch that command and you disable the option. And finally, to end this point, we're going to see how we can configure the authentication methods that are part of local. Okay, the local is the authentication by default. Okay, that in the case that it will be done using the Pandora FMS internal database. A superadmin user are always authenticated in this way. Otherwise, if the external authentication fails, we can lose the access to all the users. Okay, and we won't want that. To enable another authentication that is not local, we have to go to the settings, system settings, authentication. Okay. We only can be enable one kind of authentication. Okay. We have a local. We can configure double authentication. Okay. This is the decision timeout as default. If we set this value, this session time to 0, it will apply these minutes. Okay. And if we leave the console more than 90 minutes without inactivity, okay, we can be by sitting inactivity or 90 minutes until the last login. Okay, but it is more common to configure as inactivity because otherwise, with the last login, we can be log out meanwhile we are working with this user. Okay. Here we need to set a number, but here we can set for the particular user the decision type as -1 to avoid the automatically log out for this user. If I set here a number different to this one, it will apply the number configured in the user. Okay, that number, this number, it's only for the user that have 0 here in session time. Okay. Apart from local, we have authentication of SAML, Active Directory, and LDAP. We only we only are be able to be just one authentication method in our Pandora. Okay, the local users always will be able to log in, although we have another authentication method configured, and we're going to see the sample of Active Directory. We have to configure the Active Directory server, the port, if we want to enable the TLS, the domain, if we want to check the double authentication with an app on the phone. Okay. If we want to configure a secondary server for Active Directory, in the case of the first one, will fail. Okay. And if we want to use the local user, in the case that the user that we are using failing in Active Directory. And if we want to create automatically users when we login with a user system in this Active Directory. For example, we have in our environment uh, files manage user, these two users, and we configure an Active Directory server. And I have in my Active Directory the user Jose.almendros, for example, and I log in with this user. Okay, I can log in with this user and the password that I have in my Active Directory in this console, and it creates a temporal user with the name Jose.almendros. But if I enable this token, it will create here in the database of Pandora the user Jose.almendros. So I can configure advanced permissions to set if the profiles that will have that user that just created via this external authentication. Okay, so the user Jose.almendros in my case will be created as a operator red in this case privileges. Okay. I have this advanced configuration of AD because we can configure once this is configured, not now. Here, the groups of my Active Directory that have that I want to create that user with these profiles. For example, if Jose Almendros belongs to the group systems in my Active Directory, it can be created with a specific profile. But if Jose Almendros belongs to a network Active Directory groups, it could be created with another profile to be different privileges depending of the AD group where the agents belong. Okay, so it's each authentication method has their own configuration, but the fallback to local authentication and automatically create user is the same for all the authentication methods. Okay, we have more information about the tokens that we talk about. And we have here an exercise, this case study that we are going to do right now. I leave you some minutes to make this exercise. And after around 5 minutes to 10 minutes, we correct the exercise and we do what this exercise asks for. Okay, I leave you some minutes to finish this exercise and then we correct it. Okay, you are going to correct the exercise. Um, it says create an standard user and an administrator user. Okay. To create a user, we have to go to management, profiles, manage users, create user. We're going to create standard user, standard, for example, the password that we want. And to set at the standard, we have to uncheck this or set this token uncheck. Okay, and the exercise doesn't ask for any privilege in particular, so we can set the profiles that we want. And to create the administrator user, we just want to be sure that we have check this this token, set a password, and we can set up this profile name to group all, and that's all. Okay. Assign the standard user to the managed group. If it does not exist, create it another couple of agents. Okay. In my environment, with groups as default, I don't have that group, but if I want to check it or to create that group, I have to go to resources, manage agent groups. Here I can see that I don't have that manage group, so I am going to create manager. The icon doesn't matter. And I don't have to enable another options because the exercise doesn't require to. And I have to add some agents to that group. I can change the agent that I already have to that group. Manager. And another one, this one, for example, manager. Okay. And I have to assign that group to standard users that I created previously. It doesn't ask for a specific profile, so I went to assign with operator red, group manager, and we can delete the other permissions. We add a profile um, to the group profile operator red to group all and operator red to group manager. It is it does not so much sense because if the user can read all the agents in the or all the groups on the system, it doesn't matter to add another specific group. The user already have access with group all to all groups in the system. Create a manager PFM's profile that can view and manage agents, manage user, and view validate events. Okay. We have to go to profile management, create a new profile, set the profile that the exercise asks for, and can view and manage agents, view and edit agents, manage users here, view and validate events, view event, and to validate event, we need one of these two permissions, view events or manage events. I don't know exactly what permission I need, so I want to take manage event. If it is your case and you have this question in your case, go to the Pandora library and look for what edit events and with manage event permit, and that's all. But cannot be reports and Visual Console. If we only enable the tokens that it asks for in the first point, that's enough, because that's the only things that user can do. Going to create the profile, apply this profile to the standard user created previously to the manager group. Okay, so manage users, standard, and Pandora manager PFMS to group manager, and we can delete this one. And if I log in with that standard user, standard, I can access only to the agents in manager and manage user and view and validate events. Profiles, manage users, and view events. The events that user can view here, it is obviously limited by the events generated by the agents that belongs to the group that this user have privilege. If I see with the admin user this events view, I have some events, but if I see these view events with this user, I don't see any. This is because it is filtering by the events generated by the agents in which this user have privileges. In this case, only these two agents. Okay. So if I force this host latency module to fail, okay, it will generate an event, and I can I see this event from here with this user. Okay, there's more event in the system in my node, but as this user doesn't have permissions to see other events than the other agent, we cannot see that events with that with that user. Okay. Before starting with monitoring with plugins, we only have to see for today those two or three themes. I think if we see until here, we will be okay. Okay. So we have another break of 15 minutes right now until in my time zone until 3 o'clock. So um, we're going to do rest and take the break for 15 minutes, and after the break we can start with the next chapter, that it is monitoring with plugins. Here we're going to see uh, the differences between server plugins and endpoint plugins, and how we can configure these plugins to be able to configure an advanced monitoring, um, remote and local. Okay, so um, let's take a break and we see you in 15 minutes. Okay, let's continue with the training. We're going to start this new point, monitoring with plugins. The plugins allow us to perform complex monitoring by executing scripts programmed in different languages. The language is it doesn't matter to Pandora because in endpoint plugins we need only the output, the output to be in with the correct structure. So the language in which we program the plugin must be language that the machine where we executing this plugin must understand. And same for server plugins, but in this case, it is Pandora server who must understand that language. There are two types of plugins: server plugins and agent. Agent plugins, software agent plugins, and endpoint plugins are the same. Okay, but with different names. But if I or the slides talk about agent plugins or endpoint plugins, you know that is the same. Server plugins consist of running a remote plugins from Pandora FMS server. They can only return a single value as number of a test. We have to enable this plugin server one in pandoraserver.conf. It is on one as default. Plugins are located by default as at user server Pandora server util plugin in this path, but in this path we can find the plugins that we distribute it as default with Pandora server, but we can launch the plugin for from any path where the Pandora server can reach. Okay, it is not limited to this path, but we recommend that all the server plugins you store in this path because if you have to migrate the machine of your Pandora server because the operating system you are using has to be updated or something like that. We, as the technicals, when we do that migration, we take care about copy the plugins that are in this location. If the plugins are in another location, it is very easy to forget to copy to the new machine. So if we have to move the Pandora server from another machine to other, if all the plugins are in the same path, it is easier because we only have to copy that path and that's all. But if we have different plugins located in a different path, it is possible, but it is very easy to forget to copy any of the plugins. And in the new installation, if we have a module that uses that plugins, won't be work because it can execute a plugin that doesn't exist. Okay. If you run any plugin without parameters, you will see a help message or a document explaining how it works to be able to register in Pandora FMS. Pandora allows execution Nagios plugins. And there are two ways to register a plugin, manual or automatic. Um, for automatic registration, we usually are limited to the plugins that are in the marketplace, but or the most of the time we will register the plugins with manual registration, okay, because it is more customizable to use the plugins that we want and not limited to the plugins that are in our marketplace. Okay. Um, okay, these are the options to register a plugin manually. Okay. The plugins register manually we can find here in management, servers, plugins. Okay. Those are the plugins loaded by default in with the main installation Pandora system, but we can register to use the plugin that we want. We are not limited to use this plugin, of course, and we can develop the plugin that we want. Just we have to be sure that the execution of that plugin returns only one data. Okay, um, this is the main main thing that we have to keep in mind. Okay, if we or just notice that all of these plugins are configured using all the path. Okay, the absolute path. Okay, if we see what we have in this path, we will have all of these plugins, but we can create the plugin that we want and store here in this path. We're going to change the path to this one to launch any plugin. For example, I don't know, this one. If we launch any of these plugin without parameters, we will see the help with the syntax of these plugins and some samples to use them. In this case, it is a plugin that launch a SQL query, and it is limited to the queries that the plugin can understand. Select, conundate, connections, not we cannot set the query that we want, but it is limited to these names. For example, the execution could be this one. Connections to see the active connections. We read that the errors to null, and look that the output of this plugin is just one data, in this case a number. Okay, but we can develop the plugin that we want. For example, we're going to create a new one, very easy. Beam example, and I don't know. Applying that equal number. Okay, can program here what we want. Echo 1, 2, 3. Okay, and this plugin returns one number, and to configure, because that MySQL plugin, it is already configured here. But if I want to configure my own plugin, not that this plugin is just an example. It is called remote server plugins, because we can configure plugin that connecting remote to another machine and extract the data and launch the command that we want and extract the data that we need. Okay, and some of server plugins that we already have could be server plugins that create more than one agent. Imagine that a plugin that only returns a value of 1 if it is correctly executed, or 0 if it is not correctly executed. And if it is correctly executed, connects to a VMware data store and launch a search. And for each one of these data store that we have in our vCenter, creates XML file with the data of that data store, and move that XML file to data in directory. So for each of these XML file, it will create an agent. If we automatize the process, we can create just with one execution a lot of agents. In fact, or now to discover the VMware, okay, we have the discovery, but this discovery uses the VMware plugin that use a configuration file, and that configuration file is automatically filled with the data that we set in this wizard, in the wizard of discovery. But before the discovery, we have server plugins VMware plugin. So we had to create that config manually with the connection to the vCenter, and launch the VMware plugin, passing with parameter that configuration file, and it connects to the vCenter, and the output of the plugin, it was just 1 if it is if it connects to the vCenter correctly, or 0 if there has any problem. And at low level, that plugin creates for one of the VM of the vCenter an XML file, and move that XML file to the data in directory. So for each of our virtual machines that we have in the vCenter, the execution of a plugin that connects remotely to our vCenter and only returns one value, can create a low level more than one agent. Okay, so for the example, will be very very easy example, but the things that we can do with remote plugins are almost unlimited. We can create a lot of new agents or update a lot of agents at the same time with just one execution of a server plugin. Because at low level, each server plugins can do a lot of things. Okay. In fact, we're going to change this code. To be able to pass a parameter, so we can see how we can configure the parameters when we configure these server plugins in the console. So we have a server plugin that we want to configure in the console to be launched. Okay. We have to configure here in server plugins, and we have to add in add plugin name example. This plugin type could be a standard of Nagios. If it is not plugin compatible with Nagios, it always will be a standard. This is very important. This is the max timeout that has the execution of this plugin. Okay, but in the Pandora server configuration file, we have this parameter, plugin timeout, and note that it is 12 seconds. If the value configured in each plugin is higher than the plugin that is time configured here in this configuration file, it always prevail this value of the configuration file. So if we configure 5 minutes of maximum timeout in each of our plugins, the maximum timeout never will be higher to 12 seconds because it is configured as globally for all plugins in our environment. Okay, this is very important. If we need to configure server plugins that takes more than 12 seconds, maybe, I don't know, 20, we can set 20 seconds here, but be sure to increase this value here in Pandora server.conf file. Otherwise, it will prevail this data, okay, to the timeout. You have to be careful because this applies to each plugin in of the environment. For example, the bandwidth modules that we saw and we configure in the when we was configuring the SNMP checks, the bandwidth uses a plugin. So if we increase this global parameter, it will increase to that plugins and all the plugins that we configure in our environment also. So be careful to increase that value. Okay. We can set a description for this plugin. It is optional. And here we have to specify the interpreter if we want and the plugin path. Okay, the interpreter can be if we have the plugin developed in Python, we can set here Python and the path. The server needs permission to run it, obviously, and For to execute my plugin as a sample, we can use the full path sample.sh was the name, right? Yes. And here I can configure the parameters. We can set a fixed parameter, okay? Or we can set a macros very similar the macros of the alerts, okay? In this case, my plugin admits only one parameter, okay? So we can configure a macro here. And the end of the macro, you can see a number, for example. If it is a password, we can check this to hide the value because to launch server plugins, we have to create a module that in any agent that launches the plugin. Okay, we are going to see in a few seconds. This is the help that will be shown when we are configuring the module for this macro. Number that will appear. Okay, for to launch this plugin because it is um, um, simple. We can see here the command preview. That's enough. Okay. So as I said, now we have to configure the execution of this plugin to the agent that we want to have the data of the execution of this plugin. I mean, it is a remote execution, so we can configure the execution of the several plugins in the agent that we want. Okay, there's no need to have an endpoint install or anything. Okay, to configure the execute of server plugins, we have to go to a modules tab in the agents that we want to create the plugin. Press on create module and select plugin module. Okay, press on create, and the first thing that I like to do with the server plugins is select the plugin that I want to execute. After selecting my plugin, notice that the macros that I configure for that plugin will appear here to be filled at the execution of the plugin for this module. Okay, and here I can see hint with the test of hell that I configured before. Okay, in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, for example. We have to set a name for my module. Example plugin 1. The module type, as in another remote module. And here we can configure the thresholds and everything that I can configure as the rest of the modules. I press on create. Okay, and the data of my plugin is going to see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I can force the remote checks for plugin for my plugin as any other remote plugin. Okay. In the case of another plugin, for example, the MySQL plugin that we saw before, MySQL, we need to set more parameters. Okay. In this case, the IP address, the username and password to access to the MySQL database, and query string that it is the query string for of global status. Okay. Now that we can use the same plugin in the same agent with different execution to retrieve different values. For example, that MySQL plugin, maybe we want to configure different execution to launch different queries. Okay, I'm going to use my example again. Sample plugin 2, generic string, example, and as the command of my plugin is an echo, it can show also a text. Okay, and the date of my module is going to be a test. Okay. The server plugins that we have already program for to monitor these different technologies, you can find them in the marketplace. For example, for MySQL, we saw yesterday when we talked about the discovery.disco file that when we look for a plugin here in the marketplace, we need the plugin in this discovery in the discovery sections. But here, Pandora FMS MySQL plugin, in miscellaneous, it is a server plugin. Okay, so some of the plugins that you can find in the marketplace could be a .disco to be integrated with a discovery tool, or some of them can be a server plugin or a endpoint plugin. There are some of them that could be also an endpoint plugin. Actually, just for you to know, the server, what it does is launch when we configure a module using the server plugins. What it does is launch this command with the parameters that we set. But check this server plugin, check certificate validity, that the plugin it's a curl. Okay, it's not the execution of a plugin. I mean, if I do this with the command echo and parameters build one, and if I set this execution to any agent, let's go. The servers at low level, the only thing that it does is launch the command that we configure here in this command line. So in my case, it is launching an echo with a parameter, and the parameter is the test that we want to be echo. Okay. just for you to how it works. Okay. The real configuration or real mystery of all of this is to develop a server plugins that does things. Okay. Um, a low level, the server only launch the um, the command that you set here. For this reason, you should be a super admin user to configure server plugins because otherwise you could launch the command that you want from the Pandora FMS server, just configuring the plugin here. For some of the plugins that you can find in the marketplace, you can get that plugin is this kind of formats, PSP set or PSP set 2. Okay, those files contains the plugin, and so it will be automatically registered here, not manually. So to register a plugin, if you get one of this format, just go here, register plugin, and upload the file here, and it will be automatically registered here. Okay, it is just to save the step of configuring the plugin manually in the here if you are ready to download it for marketplace. Not all the plugins have the are in PHP or a PSP set 2 format, but you have a lot of plugins that are in this format. Remember that if you find a plugin in a marketplace in this 2 format, it must be loaded from here. Management server register plugin, and it will be automatically registered here. Okay. This is how we can use the server plugins in a server plugin in an agent. And now we're going to see the endpoint plugins and the differences between this kind of plugins and the server plugins. Okay. The only thing that they have in common is the name, and that we can create more than one agent with just one execution. The endpoint plugins, that a script that runs right away of the agent. Its main feature are it returns an XML instead of a single value returned by the server. It can return different multiple different modules. You may access for your own resources or those of another machine. It can develop in any language. And to summary these endpoint plugins, an endpoint plugins is a plugin whose execution return this XML structure. Okay, the execution of the plugin will be added to the XML file that the endpoint sends to Pandora server with the same format as the output of the plugin. That means that we have to be careful, because if this format it is not well configured, can break the XML file, and when the XML file will receive by the data server, if that XML file is bad form or broken, the server won't be able to process that XML. Okay, and in that case, what happened is that if we see no, spool Pandora data in. If we see here the files in datachain, we will see for each one of the XML files that the server cannot process because the XML is broken, file name, the name dot data, and bath XML, like name dot the number dot data. This is this could be the name of an XML file that we could receive from the datetime, but it will transform in bath XML file. In fact, if we see in Pandora internals agent, we have this module, the number of bath XML files that we have in datetime. If we are receiving all our XML file with the correct format, we won't have any bath XML file in the datetime. But in the case that we are receiving some XML file with bad format, it will be stored in the datetime, so we can check what's happening, what is wrong with the file. That will be stored here, so we can open that XML file and we will see what's happening with with this file, with this XML file. Okay, so we're going to configure one script that could be an endpoint plugin. First of all, as Pandora server has default installation has their own plugin in this path. Okay, it is the same with the installation of a Pandora agent or Pandora endpoint. It comes the default installation with some of endpoint plugins that return some data. For example, in the case of this agent, this is the endpoint installing in my server. These modules are checking the disk used of all my file systems. But these modules are created with a endpoint plugin, okay? Because we need we can configure a module to check the disk use of a specific file system. But our machine can have several file systems configured and with different names. So we need to check how many file system or machine has configured, and see the usage of the space for each one of those file system. So if we go here, plugins is where we can configure the endpoint plugins. This is the endpoint plugins that creates all of these all of these disk used modules. If we try to edit these modules, we see the data configuration empty. That means that this module comes from a plugin. We don't know from which plugin come this module, but there's no way to link a module from the plugin that created it easily, because we talk about this in these different years that I am working with Pandora, and there's not an easy way to link the models created by a plugin with the plugin that create that models. So if we see in an agent modules whose the data configuration is empty, we don't know that this module comes from an agent plugin, okay, or endpoint plugin. In this case, I know that it is this one, the plugin that creates that that module. But in other case, we have to test all our plugins to know what are the plugins that it is creating our module. As I said, in the case of the installation of an agent, it comes with some agent plugins already installed. We can find in this path user share Pandora agent plugins. Those are the plugins that comes at the installation as default in endpoint installed in a Linux system. In Windows, we can find in local disk, program files, Pandora agent, and util. Okay, this is the path of the plugins that we have in Windows instead of Linux system. In this case, when we install an endpoint, it adds in the path of the system this path. Okay, so in the configuration of the console, we don't need to indicate the absolute path where these plugins are, okay, because that path is in the path of the system. So if we add a plugin to this path, we only have to indicate the name of the script, and that's all. But we can indicate here all the paths if you want. It will be the same. Okay, we want to test this plugin, and we are going to see the output with no parameters because they are not necessary. See the output of this plugin. It is the correct structure of the modules that we need. Okay, with the tags, with each module in tags module and das module, with the name of the module, type, and the data. The rest of the tags are optional, okay, but we always need to create a module, the name, the type, and the data, okay. So the execution of this plugin will create 4 modules, okay. For each one of those modules, the configuration could be totally different because we can change the type, we can change the threshold, the description, and so on. Okay. If we test another one, well, this plugin has their own configuration. Pandora agent as default launch this Pandora DF used plugin without parameters, but we can launch the plugin with some parameters, for example, to avoid the creation of some file system. If we launch like this, boot, we are telling to the script that ignores the boot file system. So in the next execution, it will create the data with all the file system but boot, step boot. Okay. In this case, this use. If I want to test that, I can use this parameter here in this execution, because that's execution of the plugin in my endpoint. If I press in update and I restart the agent, okay. Okay. Look that all of the modules, um, all of the modules are updated except the boot file system, because I told the plugin that ignores that boot file system in the execution. You may ask, in this case, why those modules, the last contact are 4 hours, that it is clearly twice the time of the interval of the agent. Why those modules didn't come to a known state? Okay, it is because the configuration of the agent. Okay, we have this option. Let me find. What is it? It is because this option, but I think the model has their own option. Here, this is because the model has this option enabled to ignore the unknown status. In the last LTS version of Pandora, we added that token, and it is enabled by default, but we can disable in the settings if we want that our modules comes from unknown status. I am look for the options. I don't remember where is it. performance, maybe. I think it's this one. Server and non-status control on endpoints modus by default. Okay. If we disable this option, or if we have that option enabled and it comes from default, all the modules created in the endpoints agents will be created with these options are already enabled. So you want to disable for all the future modules that you create, disable this in performance menu, performance settings. So your modules will change to unknown status. If you want to be that state, otherwise you will see that state in endpoints, in modules that come from endpoints. Okay, let's continue with the main theme. If we copy this and create plugin plugin model. Start with this one. Okay, in this case, I just created a simple a simple in fact I'm going to change this. Oops. Oh, okay. Um, I just created as simple script that with just echo that create the structure that we need to create a model with one parameter, and this parameter it will be data of the model. It's similar what I did in the sample of the server plugins, but with an agent plugin. So I only have a plugin that at low level can do whatever we want, but in the output, it has to return this structure. And for each model that we want to create, we need this minimum structure. If we want to create modules with threshold by default and with some configuration by default, we need to add more tags. Okay, but with these tags, it's enough to create new modules. So once we have our model created, we just have to go to the agent that in which we want to launch that plugin. Remember that it is an endpoint plugin, so we need to be install an endpoint in a machine where we store the plugin itself. It could be in this path or not. Okay. Um, in the case the plugin is in another path where we need to indicate that path. And here in module plugin, we can add a new plugin, just indicating the path, the name of the plugin, and if it needs parameters, the parameters that we need. I'm pressing of add. Okay. And we see my plugin here. And here I can update, disable, or delete my plugin. If I wait for the next execution of the agent, or I force, the plugin will be launched, and in that case, my plugin will be create a new module. Okay, and my module is, where is it? I don't remember the name. Plugin module. Where is my new module? Uh, Um, mm, it's because it's a mistake with the name. It's example.sh, not SSI. Example. You wait for the next communication. And here we have plugin module with the data that I set in the execution. Um, an endpoint plugin can create as many modules as we want. Okay, there's no limit. So if the execution of endpoint plugin create 200 modules, 200 modules will be created. Okay. We're going to test another thing because we talk about what happened if we set this bad and it broke the XML file. see that it is not updated, and if we see the data in directory, we see the data but XML file. Okay, so if we see what that XML file contains, we see our XML of our agent. Okay, and here we can see the error that we may have. Look at that. We can see here that it is not correctly not correctly close my tag. We have a command that it says where this XML is broken. Okay, in this line we have the error. Okay, with this tag. So be careful because the execution of a plugin break all the XML file. So this agent won't be updated until we correct that error. Okay, so be careful with that when you configure endpoint plugins. No, solve. And if we see Pandora internals agent, we see that we have one file of bad XML extension in the data directory. So we be careful with that. Those are the difference between endpoints and server plugins. This is server plugin and endpoint plugins. Server plugins runs on Pandora server, and endpoint plugins are executed by the endpoint. Okay, server plugins returns a single value as output, although a log level can do a lot of things. And endpoint plugins return an XML output and can generate multiple modules. Okay, server plugins requires the heavy server to be active. This server, as we saw in the first PAT point, it is necessary to launch the server plugins. Okay. Endpoint plugins, no configuration is required other than the execution of the plugin itself. Okay, because it is they are launched in the machine where the endpoint is working. The default location for the server plugins is this one, user Pandora server util plugin, and the default location for endpoint plugins is user Pandora agent plugins. And for Linux and on Windows program files, Pandora agent. It's not this one. It's Pandora agent. Util. And the server plugin must be registered either manually or automatically, and endpoint plugins, no registration is required. The registration is right here through plugins. Okay. We're going to see to finish this point what are the file collection, because it is related very closely with the server plugins. Overall with endpoint plugins, because we saw that these plugins must be located in the machine where we want to launch that those plugins. Okay, but how we can um, move the plugin that we want to those machines. Have we move manually to the machines, or not? We can move that plugins manually at the path that we want, or we can create a file collection. File collection are remote and local file containers that are synchronized. Can be configured from configuration collections. When creating the collection, you should know that the sort name parameter is the name that will be taken as the agent directory. Once created, allow the files and apply the collection. You will only need to assign it to the agents. We're going to see what collection are. Collection is a directory with a which can contains the files that we want, that can be uploaded and created from the console, and we can assign to an endpoint agent. So we can copy the files that we want from Pandora console to a specific paths on agents installed in the machine, on endpoints installed in the machine. We're going to see how it works. To create a collection, we have to go to management. I'm going to in another tab. Management, configuration, collections. We have in default installation this one created as default, but we can create a new one. This is the name for collection. I'm going to name example. The group with access to this collection, and the surname. The surname is very important because the surname is the name of the directory that will be created when we deploy this collection to an agent. Okay, we're going to see. In this case, example surname. The description is optional. Create. Okay, I create the connection, but it is empty. To add files to this collection, we need to go here to this tab, and we can upload files from our computer or create new files to fill manually, to fill the code manually. In the most of the cases, we want to upload new files. Okay, I want to update some files. I don't. This one, for example, it's a txt file. Press on go, and we can edit the file if it is editable here, and delete the file, or see the path where my file will be stored. Okay. Every time that we add a new file to a collection, we need to create to recreate the collection again. Otherwise, we will see this error in the status. Okay, if we see here in collection, we'll see this icon that is telling us that we need to apply changes. Okay, so every time that you edit a collection or you add a new files to the collection, press here in create file again. Okay, and that station, that icon will disappear. Okay. Um, I created a connection with this surname and with this file in the collection. Now I want to deploy this collection to an agent with an endpoint installed. It is required that that agent has to be an endpoint already installed. Okay. In this case, I'm going to use this agent. Okay. So to apply that collection, we can go to manage collections here, this icon. And here we have only the list of all the connection that we created in our environment. We just press on add, and that's all. At the next execution, the connection must be applied, and the files that contains the connection will be copied to the software agent installed in this machine. The good thing is that we know what is the path where where the this file will be located. Okay, because we can see here the path. It's always the same. No, this is the path. It is the path where it is located in the server, but not in the endpoint. In the endpoint is another path. In the agent is this path. Use a set Pandora agent collection and the name of the surname. So if we go to the machine where we apply that collection, is user share Pandora agent. It is the folder where we install the agent. Okay. And in this folder of collections, as we applied a collection, we have one. The folder inside collection will be or will have the name or the surname that we configure in the collection. In my case, example surname. Okay, it will be not the name of the collection. The name of the collection is the name that we see here in the console for this collection, but it will apply this surname to the name of the folder for this collection. Okay, this is important to know the difference. And inside this folder, I have the all my files that I upload in the console for this collection. Okay, it is a text file, but we in the most of the cases we don't use the collection to deploy text files. We use the collection to deploy agent plugins or endpoint plugins, okay, to several agents, because we can deploy collection through polysite. So we can deploy collection to several agents at the same time. So we can deploy endpoint plugins from the console without having to copy one by one manually to the machines. Now, if we upload any other file to this collection, okay, I will see or I should see the error to that I have to apply changes. I don't know why I'm not seeing, but Every time that you add or edit the collection, press on create file again. Okay, and at the next execution of the agent, we see this the collection. We still have just one file, and at the next execution, the other the collection will be updated, and the other file must be created in this endpoint. Okay. The path where the collection files are stored, it's in Linux, uses a Pandora agent, collections, and the source name of the collection. And in Windows, program files, Pandora agent, collections, and the source name of the collections. So after deploying the collection, or before applying the collection, better say, we know where the plugin must be stored. So we can configure the execution or new endpoint plugins applying the collection. So it is not strange to use or to configure a policy that applies a collection and applying an endpoint plugin to launch the script that the collection launch. Okay. And the last thing to mention is that we saw how to configure an endpoint plugins with this tab and the collection with this tab. But that tabs, the only thing that they do is the remote configuration of the agent to configure a plugin is just this tag module plugin with the execution of the plugin. And to apply a collection is file collection and the short name of the collection that we want to apply. Okay, if we add these lines at the end of the configuration file of our agent, it is the same that go here and here and adding like I did in the example. And that's all for monitoring with plugins. It is a very interesting exercise to work with plugins and to test what we learned. The first exercise say that monitor changes of a remote website using Pandora FMS server plugins. To do this, use the web check plugin that comes as a standard Pandora FMS or Linux system. Registering it and creating a remote module, we need to find out a remote website that has changed or not. It is a plugin that comes in a standard installation of Pandora FMS, so you will find in your server. Then create a collection with a local plugin that creates a module name, plugin module with one as data when it is launched by the endpoint. Okay, so first you need to configure a plugin that with an echo command, for example, that create a module. It is a endpoint plugin, okay, the step 2. That create a module with this name and with this data. And then add the collection to the software agent installed in your Pandora server and register the plugin created in previous step. So it will create this plugin at the next execution of the agent. It is the same that I saw in the training, but in um, an exercise. So I let you 10 minutes, and then we correct the exercise, because this is very interesting to practice uh, with plugins in Pandora FMS. So I'm going to mute myself, and in 10, 15 minutes, we go back to correct the exercise. Okay, we're going to see um, can we finish this exercise, and after the correction, um, stay the last 15 minutes break, and in the last hour, we'll see the last point for today. That we'll talk about a satellite server. Okay, um, the SSI said monitor changes on a remote website using Pandora FMS server plugins. To do this, use the web check plugin that comes as a standard in Pandora FMS in Linux systems. Okay. Um, I don't know if this module is already registered. We're going to check that, and to see that, we need to go to management, um, servers, plugins, and web check, plugin. I don't see here. Let's see. User, share, Pandora server, util plugin, website plugin. We need to use this plugin, but before using, we have to register in the console. But to know how we have to register, we're going to see how needs to be launched. Website plugin. Uh, uh, okay. Um, this plugin is used to see if a URL had changes or not between the execution. Okay, so first we need to get MD5 hash um, of the website, and then use that hash to see if it changed or not in future execution. So first, we're going to select one website. I don't know, the marketplace. URL and this parameter to get the hash. Okay. And then with this hash, okay, it will return a 0 if this website changes hash, and it will change the hash when suffering a change. Okay, so we need to register the plugin, the first step. So I'm going to copy this path. To register, we have to click on Add Plugin, name, web check, plugin type is standard, plugin command is the path to the plugin, name of the plugin, and the parameters that we need. This one, and we can let the parameters like this, but when we create the module of with the plugin, it will be limited to launch the plugin against the same URL with the same hash. So it's more interesting to use macros so we can configure the URL and the hash when we create the server plugin module. P2 URL add macro because we are using two macros and a MD5 hash. Yeah. Okay, we registered the server plugins, so we need to go to the agent where we want to launch. I want to launch in this agent web. Create a module, plugin module, by exercise, generic boolean because we saw that the plugin returns one if the website has no changes, and it will return zero if it detects a change. So web check, the URL will be this one, and the hash will be this one. 8. Okay, we have the plugin launching here in this plugin server module. SSH2 create a collection with a local plugin that creates a module name, a plugin module with one as data when it's launched by the endpoint. Okay, first we need to do this step. Create a local plugin that creates a module name, local module with one as data. Okay. In my case, I created one before that can do that, but we can create the plugin as we want, but it needs to create a module with that name and um, with one as data. Okay, so user set Pandora agent plugins. I have this one as a sample. Beam. The name must be plugin module without this, with an space, and the data must be 1. So if we launch this plugin, it will create a model with this name and with this data, with this type. Okay, the exercise doesn't say anything about the type, but I will create as a generic data with because it is a numeric. Create a collection that creates that modules when it is launched by the endpoint. Okay, we have to create that collection, management, configuration, collections, create, exercise, surname, the surname that we want, but we have to remember the surname because we have to use it in the next exercise. Exercise, the same. And we have to load the plugin that we just created. We can create a file for this file because it is very easy. Um, exercise create and edit the file with the our code. Compatibility mode Unix update. Okay. We have to press on create file again. Okay. And with this, the exercise 2 is done. But now we have to add the collection to the software agent installing our Pandora server and register the plugin created in the previous step. So it will create the new module on next execution. Okay. So we need to go to the endpoint, install in my server. I'm going to delete the the modules that I created before because they have the same name. And to apply the collection, we need to go here to collection and apply. I can remove that and apply the collection example. No, exercise. Sorry. I'm going to delete the sample. And we have to set the launching of the plugin. So we can do here to plugins, or we can do here to remote configuration because we know where the plugins will be. Module plugin, and the path will be user share Pandora agent collections and Pandora agent collections. Okay, and the surname that I set was exercise. And the name of my plugin was exercise.sh. And it doesn't need more parameters. So if I restart to force the next execution of the agent, okay, we have plugin module with data one as the SSH request. Okay, so with that, we finish the block of monitoring with plugins, and we can start the satellite server. to see in the last hour of today. Um, and tomorrow we will finish the course. Um, Now we have a break of 15 minutes, okay? And let's take the break and we continue with this with the last block. It doesn't have any exercise, okay? It's just a theory until we finish the formation of today. Okay, so see you after the last break that we have today. Let's see you in 15 minutes. Okay, we're going to finish for today with the last block. And when we finish to see the satellite server, we can it's done for today. Um, as we have already mentioned, the satellite server is an independent server that allow us to monitor networks and devices to which Pandora has no connection. It can execute ICMP, TCP, SNMP, and SSH also checks. It sends data on intervals to Pandora FMS server. It is autonomous. It does not require DB connection, DB connection with Pandora FMS main server. It sends the data as XML file, like if it is an agent. Okay, so in our Pandora FMS architecture, we need to be communication. We need to have communication between satellite server and Pandora FMS main server through the port 41121 because it is the tentacle tentacle port, as if it is uh, um, an endpoint installed in a remote machine. We need the same communication. Okay. We can perform discovery task. It can perform SNMP and BMI checks, and modules can be managed from the agent view. We can enable the remote configuration of the server agents created by the satellite server and add new modules from the console directly. Okay, the modules doesn't have the same structure as the rest of the modules on an endpoint or network server, but it's not so difficult to configure more modules for satellite server. First, using or before using the satellite server, we have obviously to install a satellite server in a machine that I repeat needs to have communication to the main Pandora FMS server through the port 41121. The satellite server can be installed in Linux and on Windows system. Okay, for Windows, we have uninstalled in .exe format, and we need to follow the step of the installation through a wizard that is pretty similar as if we were doing the installation of an endpoint. Okay. There's no problem to install a satellite server on a Windows system, but we recommend to install in Linux because the performance is better. Okay, just for that reason, but it works in Windows without problem. Okay, so if you want to install this satellite server on a Windows system, there's no problem to install. The only thing that you have to use the .exe format installation, and on Linux we have an online installation script. Okay, as if you are installing the main Pandora Pandora FMS server. For Linux, we also have a, packages for an offline installation. Okay, as if we're an endpoint. Okay, and here you have the manual for the installation for on Linux and Windows, and what parameters can support the online installer. I'm going to send this manual to the chat so you can see and you can have all the information about the installation. Okay, and I am going to install um, a satellite server in the server where I install my Pandora server in a production environment. It is a nuisance, but I don't have another machine to install and to test. It's enough. Remember that we need to install this satellite server in remote networks to monitor a network that Pandora 7 um, main server cannot reach. Okay. So we're going to install through a, the online installation. We can use this variable to use for the installation. We have to set here the IP address or DNS name or of Pandora server machine. In my case, I set as localhost, but as I said, it doesn't have any sense. Okay, but for the training is enough. And with this command, we can start the deploy of a satellite server. I didn't see anything. Cool. Let me check if the URL is correct. Satellite deploy. It is. Mm, okay. For any reason, I don't have access to the internet right now. Let's reboot the machine because that machine should have internet connection. I don't know why I lose the connection to the internet with my machine. Configuration, network. I'm going to install another machine because I don't know why I lose the connection to the internet with this one. Okay, I'm using another one. It doesn't have a satellite installed. This one, I think I can use. No, it has a satellite server already installed. And this one. Okay, I can install in this one. Okay, repeat the process. And start. Have to present just to continue. And the installer is pretty similar to the installation of the of Pandora server. It needs some dependencies like Billet, fping, and you can find all the dependencies that the package needs in the uh, in the documentation that I sent you. And then it is finished. Okay, one is finished. If you didn't set this variable, you need to set it in the configuration file of the satellite that you can find here. This Pandora satellite server.conf. Okay, here you can see this server IP that's must point to the Pandora FMS main server. Okay. As I said, it is a notion that it's pointing to itself because a satellite server is a characteristic that we want to install in a network that um, Pandora server cannot reach, the main server. And after we check that server IP is correct, we need to install or we need to start the service of satellite system GL stars start. It's failed. Or do you see why it's failing? Var log Pandora satellite. Um, Barlog satellite server .log is the default path for the log of the satellite, not Barlog Pandora. Tail. Doesn't say anything. Sure. Okay. It doesn't start because I need this dependency. Let me a second. Usually I have this problem, but in my case, I have it. I think this the premise Perl, my Perl version, not another thing. What? What? Yeah, I need to install all the dependencies. It doesn't want to work in this machine. It's the first time that I have to start one by one the dependencies by the satellite. The installation script must install the dependencies. I don't know what happened here. Maybe it has another satellite installed here, but with just launch the deploy, the satellite must be installed without problems. Okay, here in this machine I have one satellite installed and working. I think status. Okay, Once you install your satellite server, just be sure that it is pointing its configuration file to the main Pandora FMS server before starting, and you will see once it's started, it takes some time to appear, but if you wait a few minutes, you will see the satellite server in the list of servers of your Pandora main server. Okay, you will see here in the satellite server. Okay, with that installation, it will be done. Um, Once installed, we can create agents for satellite server in two ways, for a network scan or manually. Okay, let's see if it is explained here. Okay. Okay, in the last versions we add for satellite server here, this option or create satellite agent, but not for creating. Have I the remote configuration for this satellite server enabled? Dora satellite. Dora, okay. Where this is start. Okay. Satellite server.conf. Mm. Has the remote configuration enabled, but it is not working, the remote configuration. I don't know why. Okay, for satellite server, I don't know how this installation have done. We have also the remote configuration. So we can change the configuration file through here in a fresh installation. As I didn't need the installation in this machine, I don't know how the installation is done. I want to see in this formation machine, maybe it's correct here. Okay, here. Here we have the remote the remote config enable, so we can change this this the configuration file from here. Okay. As I said, there's two ways to create a satellite agent manually or through a network scan. Okay. To configure a network scan in a satellite, we can do it through here. Okay, so this, if we have the remote configuration enabled, we can go here and configuring here in this in the configuration file, or through here in this standard editor, and we look for here recon. Here. We have to check this token of to enable a recon task. It's pretty similar to the network scan that we see when yesterday when we saw the network scan with Discovery. Okay, we have to enable this token to start a network scan. This network interval is the number of seconds until the next recon. Okay. If we just enable the first recon, it doesn't matter this this value. This is for future recon task. In the recon mode, we can configure as ICMP if we only want to create agents with host latency module. SNMP if we want to check the interfaces and the status of the interfaces and the other modules like CPU percentage or memory in databases in the case of they have the SNMP enabled, and BMI. Okay. We can configure the record mode as we want. In this case, this satellite server does only have configured ICMP, but if we want to launch the recon task with SNMP also, we can select here also SNMP. Okay. And here in the recon task, we have to configure the network that we can scan. Okay, networks. We can scan more than one network. So in the first scan, if we want to create agents for a network scan, we can set the network here, the network or networks that we want to scan. Okay. Here we have more parameters of SNMP. In the case that we want to configure the record mode as SNMP, we have to set the SNMP parameters here. Okay. We have to set here our version of SNMP and the community. Here we have the SNMP version 3 authentication tokens, and the community for version 2. Here in network community. Okay, as default is public, but in our production environment should be another one. Was configured. We press an update and in the next interval of communication, the satellite will start to launch the network scan, and for each agent, it will create an XML file that we can find in the directory etc Pandora conf, this one, etc Pandora conf. In that directory, as default, you can find an XML file for each of the devices that the networks can find as alive. We can change that directory here in this with this token, okay? But as default is this is the path where the XML of the agent discovered by the our satellite server stored, okay? Automatically, if the satellite server has connection with the Pandora server, it will send that XML files and they will be created as a new agent. Okay. We will know that there are agents of satellite because they have this symbol. Okay. And if we have the remote configuration enabled in the satellite server, in this environment, these agents um, um, may be created manually, as we are about to know how to create. But if it created through a network scan, we will see the remote configuration here icon to add more modules. Let me see if we can see an example of the documentation. This is the installation. Here we can learn about all the tokens that we have in the conf file. Creation of agents. Here we have all the tokens that we need to enable to do network recon scan. And I don't see the image that I am looking for, but we will see this icon here to see this configuration file for each of these satellite agents. To create agents for satellite manually, we can create a satellite agent through here. Okay, create a satellite agent. We have to if we want to create satellite agents by a network scan, it will be automatically created. So we only have to configure the network scan. But if there's some agents missing from the network scan, or we want to create another satellite agents because we need or we want to, through here, create satellite agent, we have to set the IP address of the new satellite agent, the name, or new agent at the group where we want to belong. And here we can configure the satellite server that is going to manage this agent. Once created, the satellite and at the next execution, we'll see if this address is alive, and it will create with the models of host alive. Okay, in the same node, we can point more than one satellite server. Okay, as many satellite server as we want. Let me check satellite server. Okay. Here we have all the agents created by a satellite network scan with host alive and latency modules. Okay, because I only enabled the network scan of an ICMP type. Okay, and if we want to create the satellite agent even more manually, we can copy this. This is a conf file of a satellite agent that we can find in the folder etc pandora conf. Okay, in that folder, for each satellite agent that we have in our environment, we will see an XML with this format. Okay, with the agent name, the alias, the address, the group, and the modules that we have configured in this for those agents. If you notice, the modules have this characteristic format, like if it is endpoint module that must start with module begin, must end with module end, must have a module name, and in this case we have special tags for each of their modules. Module ping for host alive module, module latency for host latency module, and here in the documentation we can find the rest of the tasks for SNMP checks. Okay. If we want to create manually a new agent, we can copy this XML file, go to the machine where we have the satellite agent already installed, create a new .conf file. It doesn't matter the number. Agent.conf, for example. Copy this, set the name that we want for our agent, the alias, change the address, change the group, and we can create with these two modules or whatever we want. Save this as a new file and copy this to this path, Pandora conf. And if we copy this .conf file to this folder, in the next execution of the satellite, it will create this agent with this name, this alias, and this address, and that belongs to this group with those two modules. Okay. It will change the name from agent.conf to another name, to another hash. Okay. It does it automatically, but don't worry about because it is our agent. Okay. This is the way to create satellite agents. We shortly configuring a network scan and the agents must should be created automatically. Okay, we have here the information about agents creation. Okay, through a network task and manually. Here it is explained how to delete satellite servers that we need to go here, servers in this machine, here, servers, manage satellite server, manage agent, and if it has the configuration, the remote configuration enabled, we can delete the agents through this window. For tomorrow, I will try to install a satellite server in my machine, so I can show you this option. To create a new module in a satellite agent, we can do it adding in the configuration file of the agent that we can file in the path that in this path that we mentioned, this path, adding manually, or editing the remote configuration of the agent through the console as if it were a endpoint agent, or in the modules tab, we will see the option of create module and this option to create ICMP, SNMP, BMI module, as if it is if it were another kind of endpoint module. This is an example of a TCP module with this data. And we can configure an SSH tunnel in the case that we need to configure a tunnel between the console and the satellite server. This is a configuration that have to be done if we need to run agent wizards or the SNMP browser from the console or of satellite server. We need to do this configuration if we want to use this SNMP browser, selecting here the server to execute as the satellite. If you configure the SSH tunnel, the server will be appear here in the server to execute, and in the wizard of the agent, in this wizard, okay, server to execute, the satellite will appear here to execute the SNMP browser through the satellite if we have this SSH tunnel already enabled. Okay. Maybe in the environments that you have to configure, you don't need any satellite, but that depends of the environment and the customer. We have customer that has a lot of satellites because they have a lot of remote sites that he wants to monitor and the main server that cannot reach, or we also have a client with just one satellite and that's all, and clients with none at all, because the main server can reach all of the networks and satellite is not needed. But in the case that you need to reach network that is inaccessible to a Pandora server, you know that you have this satellite server package that you have to install independently from a Pandora server to scan this and monitor that remote agents. So that's all for today. Tomorrow we continue with Polysites, services, the web user experience, and log collector. Okay. The last chapter is very short because we only mention about the API and CLA and a couple of example of API calls that we can configure to create some agent or event or whatever you need.
Окей, Жозе. Thank you very much. Коллеги, есть ли какие-то вопросы?
Sorry, did you ask something to me?
No, just it's okay. I just asked guys have some questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Нет, вопросов нет, однако я думаю, что к экзамену нам нужно будет еще подготовиться. Посмотрим презентации и записи.
Конечно. Я бы предложил там сразу не торопиться с экзаменом, а именно поработать с системой еще, поэкспериментировать.
Да, все, согласна полностью. Потому что просто на теории на одной... Ну, если вам интересно, Александр просто работала с SolarWinds до этого, и то же самое. То есть, чтобы сдать экзамен, на сертификацию пройти, у них, конечно же, нужно сначала еще и опыт приобрести, а не просто теорию знать. И вот когда уже совокупие, там уже как бы проще становится.
Я вас прекрасно понимаю, я сам много лет с SolarWinds работал, с Pandora работаю уже, так интенсивно, наверное, 3-й год. Ну, не только как BDM, в принципе, там многое уже знаю изнутри, как бы там и проектируем определенные дополнения к Пандоре и так далее и тому подобное, но все равно определенные нюансы, плюс продукт развивается очень сильно, соответственно, какие-то моменты просто не успеваем. Так, как бы до конца изучить, например.
Да, как раз Андрей спрашивает, до какого числа сервера будут активны.
Смотрите, в принципе, мы даем как минимум обычно неделю. Если вам нужно больше, можем продлить до 2 недель. То есть это не проблема для нас, то есть там запасы мощностей у нас большие. Вот, то есть для нас ваши сервера создают. Вот, смотрите, в принципе, по самой системе, так вот из опыта, с того, что мы там сделали, например, на Пандоре за последнее время, сделали, вот как я уже рассказывал, интеграцию с Ovirt the Virt, это российской виртуализации по заказу там белорусского партнера. Сделали очень интересную интеграцию нестандартную для железной дороги с сименсовским оборудованием. Это вообще там 99-го года выпуска, она даже IP не поддерживает, работает через OSI протокол. То есть это вот к тому, насколько Pandora, она позволяет очень гибко строить системы. Сейчас вот у нас интересный запрос там по мобильным операторам, интеграция с базовыми станциями и так далее. И с непосредственно протоколом BACnet, это как его называется, промышленный для DMS-систем, да, управление зданиями. Вот. Система очень мощная, на самом деле, вот если сравнивать с SolarWinds, первое приближение по функционалу, это там процентов на 97-98 многие модули подходят, но, например, у SolarWinds написание там плагинов достаточно сложно, поскольку там, просто оперируешь с SQL-базой фактически, да, как бы. Здесь же, ну, там, пространство не ограничено, можно писать на чем угодно, и, в принципе, интеграция чем интересна. То есть простые плагины, которые, там, условно, возвращают 0.1 или, там, строку, а может быть плагин, который просто формирует, например, XML-файл, который вы подгружаете, у вас сразу агент, метрики и, там, скажем так, параметры каждой метрики прописаны. Вот. Поэтому тут как бы адаптация под различных условия клиентов и так далее, она просто там, ну, ограничивается только вашей фантазией. Так.
Да, спасибо.
Окей. У нас, кстати, мы потом сделаем опрос небольшой, это, наверное, в пятницу разошлем, по именно вопросам, какие, например, вы хотели бы добавить еще в курс на будущем и так далее, потому что еще есть дополнительный, сейчас развивается, будет еще дополнительный курс типа эксперта. И плюс мы делаем свой собственный, как мастер-дистрибьютор, мы делаем свой собственный дополнительный курс сейчас, который будет охватывать именно практические направления. Ну, например, приведу пример. Вот вы в ходе курса смотрите, какие там, можно подключить баз данных, можно подключить SNMP устройства и так далее. На практике очень мало кто, этим занимается для себя, потому что там никого не хватает ресурсов, не хватает терпения поднять там какого-нибудь, например, кавку или какой-то эмулятор и так далее. Да, и когда настает время проектов, выясняется, что нужно вспоминать, как там запустить тот или иной плагин и как его настроить. Поскольку у нас уже есть опыт, у нас есть доступ у нас есть своя демо-система с кучей там всевозможных интересных, там Oracle подключен, например, там какие-то аппаратные решения подключены и так далее, там вплоть до видеокамер. Вот мы сейчас формируем курс, в котором будут именно практические действия, да, типа, например, как сделать там мониторинг Oracle. Окей, вот плагин из Marketplace, вот он настраивается так, и вот у него такие-то особенности, вот так это будет выглядеть, да, скажем так. Это вот такое вот первое приближение курса, как мы это планируем сделать. Так, в целом, если на сегодня вопросов нету, завтра тогда в это же время. Жозе, tomorrow same time, correct?
Yes, sure.
Окей, супер. Коллеги, если есть какие-то вопросы, можем сейчас обсудить или уже идете отдыхать?
Уже надо идти отдыхать. У нас 7 вечера в Москве, вы извините.
У меня уже 9 час.
Да, сочувствую.
Я
Спасибо большое.
У ребят с Казахстана вообще уже 10. Так, окей. Окей, Jose. Thank you very much for today. And see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. I want to stop the recording. Tomorrow I will send you I will give access to all the all people. I will send you the links so you can download the recordings. Okay.